The Senate will come to order. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, La Mantilla, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwartner, Sparks, Springer, West, Whitmire, Zaffarini.
Members, a quorum is present. Members, with those on the floor and in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be delivered by Reverend Jeff Gantz of St. John's United Methodist Church in Richmond, Texas.
Let's pray. It is no casual thing, O God, what these women and men have come to do. They gather here seeking to make laws that will impact the future of a diverse people and a very great state. And so I ask for your blessing, O God. Give them your wisdom in the decisions that they will make together, your grace to help them seek those resolutions and compromises, your vision as they work towards creative solutions. I pray also, God, that your hand would reach past these walls and touch the lives of their families and their support staff. Where there's sickness in their homes, bring healing. Where there's strife, your peace. Where there may be uncertainty, shine your light, O God. And as you do, we will all respond to this task as you call us to be a part of what you do with humble gratitude and sacred joy. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Gantz. Thank you. Members, the Dean of the Senate moves to dispense with the reading of yesterday's journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. The chair recognizes Senator West for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could we have order?
Members, Senator West, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Last week, the Texas House recognized Sergeant Robert Rengel. Sergeant Rengel, will you please stand up, sir? In the gallery. Sergeant Rengel of the Dallas Methodist Medical Center. And I'm sure I have your attention. Members, Methodist Medical Center, as you know, last fall came face to face with the unthinkable, a live shooter intent on harm, inside of a facility dedicated to healing and saving lives. Allow yourself just a moment to imagine what the unimaginable must have been like as it was occurring in real time. For real, not a safety drill on a Saturday morning in the maternity section of a hospital where two dedicated medical professionals lost their lives in a tragedy that leaves us all still wondering why another mass shooting. But what we know and find solace in is that if not for let's acknowledge them as heroic actions that day of Sergeant Rengel, a horrible event had the possibility, members, to become even worse. Even more noteworthy is that the timely and valiant efforts taken by Sergeant Rengel stopped further harm to other innocent bystanders and did not result in more loss of life, even that of the suspect, who was able to be subdued and persuaded to surrender. In the gallery today, Sergeant Rengel, Robert Rengel, And he's accompanied by John, please stand up, John Phillips, the president of Methodist Hospital Center, and Dan Blizzard, also with Methodist Hospital System. I thought it'd be fitting as we enter into the last days of the regular session that I honor, and that we honor and have the opportunity to know, for me to introduce him, for you to know this hero. And I'd like for us to thank him by giving him a standing ovation for a job well done and welcoming him to our state senate. Mr. President and members, I'm preparing a resolution to present to Sergeant Rangel. It's not ready today, but you can be assured that I'm going to ask every member of the Senate, as well as our leader, to sign on to that resolution so we can present it to you. And I just want to say thank you once again for putting your life on the line and saving persons that could otherwise have been victims of such a violent crime. Thank you, Sergeant Rangel.
Sergeant Rangel, thank you for your sense of duty and for joining us today. It's our honor to be in your presence. Thank you, sir. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 515 by Colhorst et al., commemorating the 140th anniversary of Blinn College.
Chair recognizes Senator Colhorst on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What an honor it is today to recognize Blinn College, who are here today for their 140th anniversary. Joining us for this occasion, we have Chancellor Mary Hensley, Dr. Hensley, and we also have Trustee Allison Benke joining us on the floor. Blinn College opened its doors in 1883 as Mission Institute. The institution originally served as a Methodist ministry school for young men. Over the next few years, secular courses were added, and in 1888, the institution was made co-educational. The name was changed to Blinn College in 1934, and in 1937, Blinn College became the first county-owned junior college district in the state of Texas. Today, it serves as one of the state's largest public community college districts and is a premier academic establishment for all Texans. Blinn College, I will tell you, members, is known as the oldest community college in the state of Texas, being the first. A lot of vision given to that. I also want to say, members, as we look at the different educational needs that we're meeting, last night popped up on my phone, Blinn recognizes 59 associate degree nursing graduates with pinning ceremony. That was just yesterday. And so personally, I want to say that my dad, way back when I was a little girl in the 1970s, was a Blinn College trustee. He felt like it was so important that Blinn College educate local people, and of course now it's a statewide and even a nationwide institute. We have incredible agreements with Texas A&M. I know UHV, we just signed one. Sam Houston State University, the University of Texas. Getting young people into our community colleges, starting them out and being able then to transition them into four-year institutions is super important. And Blinn College, I believe, is almost like the top transfer community college in the state of Texas. We want to thank you both for your leadership. On a personal note, I'd like to say something. Not only was my dad a trustee at Blinn College, but Jimmy Colhorst serves as a trustee at Blinn College as well, having been elected to the board. And then the most important for our family is that Jake Colhorst is being educated at Blinn College and playing baseball right now for the number 11 ranked Blinn College Buccaneers. Nationally ranked, won the conference for the first time in 22 years, and this weekend we'll host a regional tournament, and hopefully we'll win that and move on on to the super regionals, and we're going to try to make it all the way to Colorado and bring a national championship back to Texas. But it's very personal to our family and to so many families. And again, our community colleges started out as these small regional colleges. They're no longer that. Jake is being educated by world-class professors. He's loving every bit of it, having started at TCU. His quote to me not long ago was, "Mom, I'm actually taking classes that I can use in the future." And so I want to thank you for the mission that all of our community colleges, 50 of them statewide, serve, but to the oldest community college in the state of Texas and one of the very largest, we want to lift them up today for 140 years of educating young people, re-educating people that come back. And we want to thank our leadership for what y'all have done. It's really incredible what y'all have at the Rellis campus in Bryan College Station, a model thought up by Chancellor Sharp, and something that I think other universities should take good note of. Of course, Texas A&M always leading, and Blinn College being one of their biggest partners. So blessings to Blinn College for another 140. Let's get going. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Senator Betancourt, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to add all the names of the senators to the resolution on Blinn College, and Senator Colcourse forgot one specific fact. Her son is hitting 381, and that's world class by any measurement Uncle Paul understands. So God bless Jake and Blinn College. With that move, the motion made, Mr. President.
Members, any objection to the motion to add all members' names to the resolution? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is adopted. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. President, there's a message from the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. President, I'm directed by the House to inform the Senate that the House has taken the following action. The House has passed the following measures.
Thank you. Members, the following message from the governor. The secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 88th Legislature Regular Session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointments. To be members of the Gulf Coast Authority Board of Directors, Lamont E. Moe Stowell, Kevin M. Scott Santa Fe. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
The chair recognizes Senator Zaffrini to introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jake Margot of Stark County, who is serving as our Doctor of the Day for the 5th session. A graduate of Texas A&M College of Medicine, he completed his residency at the John Peter Smith Hospital in Fort Worth. An award-winning board-certified family medicine physician, he works in various capacities as a healthcare professional, including as a family medicine and sports medicine physician at Stark County Memorial Hospital, as a part-time physician at a night clinic, and at the Texas Emergency Room Services. Dr. Margot also is a member of many medical professional organizations, including the Texas Academy of Family Physicians, which he has served as president, Valley Chapter, and on the board of directors, of the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Medical Association, and the Texas Medical Association, which he has served as president of the Hidalgo Stark County Medical Society. Thank you, Dr. Margot, for your service to Stark County, to our capital community, and for sharing your experience and knowledge with the future of medicine. Mr. President and members, please join me in welcoming and thanking Dr. Jake Margot to the Texas Senate as our Doctor for the Day.
Okay. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 514 by Eckhart, commemorating the 150th anniversary of Mount Zion Baptist Church in Austin.
Chair recognizes Senator Eckhart on the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I am so thrilled to have members of the Mount Zion Baptist Church with us today as they are celebrating the 150th anniversary of the church's founding this year. Would you all like to stand? It's so beautiful to see you up in the gallery, and also to have, also to have Dr. Darrell L. Horton, who has been the Reverend since 2021, and we're so appreciative to have you, although you certainly have been preaching from that pulpit since long before that. And we deeply, deeply appreciate your leadership. As well as Mrs. Jo Ella Johns Ellison, who's been a member of Mount Zion for over 80 years. And y'all don't have to keep standing. I won't make y'all keep standing if you don't want to. Ms. Jo Ella Johns Ellison, her great-grandmother, Mrs. Emma Walker Brown, was a pioneer in the organization of Mount Zion Baptist Church. The congregation has been led by Reverend Dr. Darrell Horton since 2021. Reverend Horton is an embodiment of the dedication and passion Mount Zion has for the community, having served with a number of community organizations, and this is just a short list. President of the Baptist Ministers Union of Austin and the vicinity, Chair of the African American Resource Advisory Commission with the City of Austin, a member of the Travis County Youth Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition, and with the Saffron Trust Women's Foundation to end generational poverty caused by systemic inequality. Thank you so much for your public service as well as your service within the church. Prior to Reverend Horton, the congregation was led by the late Reverend Dr. George V. Clark for 51 years of those 150 years. Dr. Clark led the church in a time of immense growth, expanding to allow for 1,500 members to attend service. Having passed just over a year ago, the pastor emeritus is described as the truest example of a life well lived, with a focus on leadership and equality for all. And I just want to take a moment of personal privilege to say, Dr. Clark was such an incredible presence. I am envious that you all had so much time with such a powerful presence in your lives. I recall when Judge Sam Biscoe, our first African American county judge, announced his retirement. And it was mentioned to Dr. Clark that I might run to succeed him. Dr. Clark showed up at the Travis County office building and called me into the Travis County Barbara Jordan conference room because he wanted to question my faith and my public service. It was such a profound experience that I cried, and he cried too. We cried together about how any of us are on this planet for such a short time, and what a grace it is to be able to truly serve. What a challenge, but what a deep honor it is. I am so jealous that you all had him in your lives and in your church leading it for 50 years. I am jealous that you have Dr. Horton leading you. And I am deeply grateful that you all are here. United by their shared faith and strong traditions, the members of this distinguished house of worship have established a number of community programs such as the ACE Team, Mount Zion Action and Resource Center, and Partners in Education. I could go on with this bulleted list of the tremendous public service this church does, not only to its parishioners, but outside the walls of the church, in the community, and beyond. Since 1873, Mount Zion has been a beacon of hope for Austinites. This honor is so well deserved, and I look forward to seeing Mount Zion continue as a part of our community for many, many years to come. Thank you. Thank you for being a beacon of hope.
Senator Miles on the Senator Miles on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Eckhart, I want to thank you for bringing this resolution to the floor honoring Mount Zion Baptist Church on its 150th church anniversary. I don't think our members heard you. Since 1873, Mount Zion Baptist Church has been a beacon of faith in the community service of Black community, Austin, and the great state of Texas. I want to welcome Reverend Dr. Darrell L. Horton and his congregation of the church to the Texas Senate. Thank you for all you do in the community as a house of worship. It's important to our state, Dr. Horton, and we want to thank you for joining us and welcoming you and your congregation to the Texas Capitol. Congratulations on your 150th anniversary, my brother. Keep the faith and keep your fight.
Senator West on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eckhart, for bringing this resolution to obviously celebrate the longevity of Mount Zion. I recall being Dr. Horton coming over to the church on many occasions when Dr. Clark was there. I recall having moments where I'd be able to talk to him about different issues that we were dealing with here on the floor of the Senate, in the legislature, and just in general. I appreciated his friendship. I appreciate your friendship. And I know that under your guidance, that the history and the legacy of this institution will go on in perpetuity. And as you travel this path, you will ensure that the members of the church will in fact have leadership well into the future that's indicative of the leadership in the past. And so I, along with my colleagues, Senator Eckhart, want to say thank you for being here. And thanks you, Senator Eckhart, for stopping for a few moments to make certain that we recognize this most prestigious church. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator West. Senator Eckhart to close on the resolution.
Thank you so much, members. And I move passage, adoption of the resolution, and would ask my my colleagues to stand and give a round of applause to Mount Zion on their 150th anniversary.
Members, is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Members, if there are no objections, I'd like to postpone the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's session. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The reading and referral is postponed. Members, that concludes the morning call. Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute House Bill 1315.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. The Burn Pits 360 Veterans Organization has dedicated its efforts over the course of several years towards facilitating comprehensive medical care and access to resources for service members and veterans who have been exposed to hazardous toxins coming from open-air burn pits. Open-air burn pits are used to incinerate massive quantities of waste materials, including but not limited to chemicals, plastic, metals, paints, medical waste, and unserviceable military equipment. The Department of Defense has estimated that nearly 3.5 million troops from recent wars may have been suffered enough exposure to the smoke to cause health problems. On a personal note, my brother Martin Hinojosa, who has a 90% rating disability, was served in Desert Storm, where he was exposed to burn pits that caused his disability. However, the advocacy groups and efforts by the Burn Pits 360 Veterans Organization led to the legislature passing House Bill 306 in 2019, which authorized the creation of the Texas Open Pit Registry. However, no funds were appropriated for the registry creation and maintenance. The Department of State Health Services has estimated it would cost approximately $3 million to implement and maintain the registry. To ensure the registry benefits are fully realized, House Bill 1315 creates a Burn Pit 360 Veterans Organization specialty license plate with proceeds from the sales directed toward the creation and maintenance of the Texas Open Burn Pit Registry. With that, Mr. President, members, I move suspension of regular order of business.
Members, Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute House Bill 1315. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute House Bill 1315. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 1315 relating to the creation of the Open Burn Pit Registry Fund and the issuance of specialty license plates to honor members of the United States Armed Forces exposed to open burn pits.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage third reading.
Members, Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Bill is passed to third reading. Members, Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Members, Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes and no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute House Bill 1315. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute House Bill 1315 relating to the creation of the Open Burn Pit Registry Fund and the issuance of specialty license plates.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute House Bill 1315.
Members, Senator Hinojosa moves final passage. Committee substitute House Bill 1315. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes and no nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Colkhorst, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1853.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time committee substitute to Senate Bill 1853. Members, Senate Bill 1853 seeks to address several issues in the Texas foster care system. For several years, our state has struggled with children who lack a placement, which we often refer to as CWOP. It's really children without placement. To help address this issue, Senate Bill 1853 restricts the ability of the Department of Family and Protective Services from petitioning courts to allow children to remain in temporary supervision care, or what we know as CWOP. And it restricts judges from ordering children into CWOP if a suitable license placement is available. Senate Bill 1853 also provides some clarity around the provision services through community-based care by making it clear that providers can offer what is known as family preservation services to support families and prevent children from having to be removed from their homes. It also clarifies that CBC providers can offer pre-adoption and post-adoption assistance and extended foster care known as independent living services. Finally, the bill includes permissive language to allow DFPS to include provisions in CBC contracts to collaborate with faith-based organizations for recruitment and support of foster families. Members, we added a provision to address the fiscal note by making it clear that these services could not be offered in community-based care until DFPS fully implements performance outcome accountability measures under stage 3 of the CBC model. I will also say, Mr. President and members, I will have one clarifying amendment. It was a drafting error that we caught. And with that, Mr. President, I either take questions or move to suspend the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Colkhorst moves suspension of the regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853 relating to certain procedures in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship for a child placed in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services and the provision of community-based foster care.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Colkhorst.
Senator Colkhorst on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As mentioned in my layout, the floor amendment makes a technical adjustment to correct a drafting error in the committee substitute. This amendment will strike the added populations in family preservation services to lower the long-term fiscal impact at this time as we get this started. So I move adoption of floor amendment number 1.
Members, the motion on adoption of floor amendment number 1. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. The amendment is adopted. Senator Colkhorst, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 1853 to engrossment.
Members, Senator Colkhorst moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Colkhorst, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Colkhorst moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bidwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853 relating to certain procedures in a suit affecting the parent-child relationship for a child placed in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services and the provision of community-based foster care.
Senator Colkhorst, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1853.
Members, Senator Colkhorst moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 1853. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco,
There being
Campbell.
31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider HJR 126.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. House Joint Resolution 126, proclamation of the importance of agriculture for all of us. Resolution gives protections to private property rights as well as the agriculturalists across the states, from urban farmers to rural ranchers. It maintains and protects the ability of both state and local governments to regulate necessary protect health and public safety. HJR 126 is truly about securing our food, fiber, and fuel for the future of Texas. I ask for your favorable consideration on HJR 126. With that, move to suspend the regular order of business, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on HJR 126. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading HJR 126. Secretary will read the caption.
HJR 126, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right to engage in farming, ranching, timber production, horticulture, and wildlife management.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Gutierrez.
Senator Gutierrez on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, I want to apologize to Senator Perry that I did not review this with him earlier. I think I've known from our experiences on Delta 9 or Delta 8, I kind of know the position. But this is important to me, and it's important to a lot of people in Texas. So I want to have this conversation, and then let's just put it up for a vote and see what people think. And what's most important, the most important piece about this amendment is exactly that, is that people will have an opportunity to vote on the legalization, the consumption and the production of cannabis. I've studied this issue at great length. It'll raise $3.6 billion in Texas. It'll create 30,000 jobs in our state. It'll save and decriminalize a lot of lives and be able to get people that got off track on a little bit of pot and get them back on track. Every state around the state of Texas has legalized cannabis, and for that matter, they also have legalized gaming. That said, we are losing revenue to those states around us. Every state that has legalized cannabis has seen only a 1% uptick in usage. So it's not like everybody's going to go out and get high. Okay? And every state that has done this has raised revenue, including Colorado. Colorado has raised $1 billion, $1.2 billion. We're 3 times the population size of Colorado. So simple math, we would raise $3.6 billion. Folks, here's the deal. 30 states have legal cannabis in this nation. Richard Nixon was the first to put a negative, not the first, but the most impactful at putting a negative stigma on this issue. He commissioned a study of experts, his own experts, to say that cannabis was evil. And in the end, his own experts came back and said that cannabis not only has incredible healing qualities, but it is also less addictive than alcohol. It's clear how we went off track on this. He then cut a deal with Congress to put it on Schedule 1 as a pilot program, and it has not been removed since. Our public, our community wants to have this, and they want to be able to have the decision to vote on this. And so I'm for this HJR, but I'm really for this HJR with this amendment. I believe in everything that Senator Perry has done in this session, including protecting our water rights, including trying to find resources for our community. This is another way in which we can help our Texas farmers have another crop that would be able to make money. And so with that, I'll yield for any questions, but I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Question of the author of the amendment, please.
Do you yield, Senator Gutierrez?
I do, yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gutierrez, I think you have a legislation, a bill that talks about this, about legalizing cannabis in Texas, correct?
I have had, Senator, and I know you have as well. Yes, sir.
I've worked for years on the expansion of the medical cannabis program in the state of Texas, and I've even though I support legalization, I've stayed very true just to the medical issue because I didn't want the issues to get mixed up. But I think I've heard you correctly, and I wanted to ask questions for clarification. What you've said is that if Texas farmers are allowed to legally cultivate and grow cannabis, it would add significant sums to the Texas economy. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator. Yes, sir.
And then, let's ask something. I think you made mention of this. People who are currently choosing to use cannabis illegally, they're currently doing that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Your bill
you won't see any significant increase in usage. I don't mean to be.
But then, if I understand correctly, if those people are purchasing cannabis illegally, what we would be doing by passing something like this would be to undercut the criminal element that's selling the cannabis currently today. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
So you're looking to improve the economy of the state, help our farmers. Also, if farmers are growing it, it helps to. You're going to say that people would know what they're getting. Then now you can regulate it and you can test it and make sure that they're actually getting a product that they know what's safe and that they're not getting something from some criminal. Is that correct?
I think that the biggest thing that we have heard from people, primarily people from all parties, is that we hear a lot about fentanyl, for instance, and I think everybody on all parties can agree that it's a problem. People are smoking cannabis today in Texas. The increase will be minimal if you legalize and open up for production. But yes, to your point, we would have a regulated product that can't be laced with anything, right, that we can ensure that we can tax properly and regulate properly. Yes, properly. Yes, sir.
So you're trying to make the state safer by undercutting the criminal element by adding legal cannabis, making sure that the cannabis that's being used by Texans is safe, adding to the economy. Maybe this is why all the surveys show that everyone in Texas, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, or Independents, they support the legalization of cannabis. Is that not correct?
That is absolutely correct, Senator. To your medical point, I want to acknowledge this. Look, this is not something I take lightly, and this is not something I'm doing lightly. I know that some people might think that this is a snarky moment, and it's not. I actually did a documentary on this. It's called LegalizeTexas.com. You can find it at legalize-texas.com. I interviewed a woman who had a little boy who had 3,000 seizures a month. Her name is Michelle Walker. Her little boy, David, they had to move. They had to retire from the military. Her husband was in the military. They moved to Colorado. That little boy under the cannabis oil that he cannot get in this state because it is not adequate. They had to move. They had to leave their families in Corpus and San Antonio and move to Colorado and get new jobs and find and create a life for themselves so that their boy could live. The moment that he began the strain of cannabis oil that he was put on in Colorado that we do not have here, the seizures ended. They stopped. He has 3 seizures a month now, and that was 2 years ago. Right. Michelle and her husband have worked really hard. So there is this medical argument that you've made, but the consumption argument for the general public has not done anything to change negatively any one of the states that have done it.
Right.
Oklahoma, a very conservative state, has the loosest medical statute that's out there.
Correct.
I think that it's time that we gave people a right to vote on this issue, and that's why this is important, Senator.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more, and one of the things that frustrates the heck out of me is that law-abiding citizens, the people who respect the law are the ones that will not avail themselves of cannabis, even when their doctors tell them this would help your neuropathy, this will help your glaucoma, this will help you with your cancer treatments. All of these things, pain specialists have told me, this could help me get patients off opioids and narcotics if we had legal cannabis. But for some reason, we can't have that conversation. I want to thank you for bringing the amendment forward to at least let us have the conversation at this moment. And your amendment may or may not get on, but we should at least have the conversation because Texans who respect the law expect us to give them a voice in how they. It's the only thing. It's the only thing that we get between well, not the only.
Members, happy for you to talk about the amendment. It's not a platform to talk about the issues. Talk about the amendment, please.
So the amendment, Mr. President, I thank you for clarification. It is an amendment on legalization of cannabis, and I thought that's what we were discussing. So I will finish up with my last question. Would you be surprised that is veterans, senior citizens, law-abiding citizens who are afraid to avail themselves of cannabis because they don't want to break the law. And would that surprise you?
We have so many veterans today that are breaking the law, and there are that are availing themselves of cannabis to heal themselves, and there are so many that don't want to break the law, but want to have that healing product. And unfortunately, the VA has hopped them up on opioids. That has changed their lives in a not very positive way. That's also mentioned in our documentary. We have ample veterans that have talked about this. So this is simply about the right to farm, and it's a constitutional amendment about the right to farm, and this is a constitutional amendment about the right to farm cannabis for personal and commercial consumption. So thank you so much for your questions.
Thank you for bringing the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption.
We have a number of people who want to speak. Senator Nichols?
On the amendment, I was just
For what purpose?
Comment on the amendment.
Do you yield?
For questions?
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Senator Nichols.
For comment.
I don't know if he's allowed to comment. I don't know procedurally.
I'll ask you a question then.
Sure.
Did the author of this...
Just be clear, you can speak on the amendment.
Oh, yeah.
He's allowed to speak.
If that's okay, yeah. Whatever he wants to do.
I thought I could, but thank you. I was just going to say, members, there's a lot of empty desks out here. If y'all have not seen this amendment, I would ask everybody to slow down and look at this amendment and consider it carefully. Follow Senator Perry before they vote. Thank you.
Senator Nichols. Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Senator Gutierrez,
yes.
I'm very intrigued by this amendment. It does seem in line with the intention of the bill. And with regard to regulation of cannabis cultivation, we already have a state agency and a system for the regulation of the cultivation of cannabis, don't we?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Yes, Senator.
So if there's any concern in the body with regard to the cultivation of cannabis for medicinal purposes, do you think that that concern is justified, considering we already have a state agency tasked with regulating the cultivation of cannabis?
Not only do we have a state agency that's tasked on this already, Senator, the Department of Public Safety has also been very much engaged in this. We have agencies in TABC that could be able to take what they do. You know, you find states like California and Canada are finding different uses for cannabis in liquefied form. Usually their alcohol beverage commissions take on for that piece. 36 states have legalized. This is not some thing that's going to destroy the state of Texas. It's really a nothing burger in the sense that you will only increase usage 1 percentage point.
And furthermore, you in that increase of usage with our system in place for being able to test for THC levels in the plants that are being grown, as well as regulation of the distribution and the processing of cannabis, this actually makes us safer because unlike the fentanyl crisis we're seeing that actually kills people, this is a plant with documented medicinal value that when distributed in a reasonable fashion is a huge help to a lot of people, correct?
That is correct, Senator. The state of Colorado, and as well as Canada and California and Washington State, have a system in place that tags every plant that comes out has a barcode. Everything that is destroyed is weighed and measured. Every piece of waste. I mean, the kind of regulation that states have done in this space have been very well done.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. Senator Nichols, what purpose?
Is this amendment even germane to the bill? So I'm asking for clarification from the parliamentarian.
Is this a parliamentary inquiry or point of order?
Point of order.
Okay. Bring your point of order forward. Members, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Chair recognizes Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're on engrossment.
Right. Move to engrossment.
I'm sorry, we're on third reading. I'm sorry.
Move past third reading.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill passes the third reading.
Move past third reading. You did.
Now you're recognized for the 3-day rule.
The constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, no nays. The constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair now lays out in third reading and final passage HJR 126. Secretary, read the caption.
HJR 126, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right to engage in farming, ranching, timber production, horticulture, and wildlife management.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is passed. Thank you, Senator Perry.
Thank you.
Senator Perry, you're recognized on House Bill 2308. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The rural right to farm is Senate House Bill 2308. It's much needed change to the agriculture code to get it updated for what our ranchers and our farmers are finding in urban sprawl and takeover and suburban sprawl takeover of production territory. Specifically, it gives substantial updating to the code that currently exists for the right to farm. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2308. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2308, relating to nuisance actions and other actions against agricultural operations.
There is an amendment. Members, Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Perry.
Senator Perry, on your amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a little bit tighter definition and some technical corrections that was suggested by Ledge Council. So it just basically is making sure the language matches up to some other legislation that's out there.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You're recognized on passage of third reading.
Move past third reading.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed the third reading. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. House Bill 2308. Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 2308, relating to nuisance actions and other actions against agricultural operations.
You recognize on final.
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
30
Birdwell.
ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you. Senator Flores, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business, Senate Bill 1850.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1850. The Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is tasked with protecting the public by ensuring licensed professionals practice veterinary medicine in an ethical and efficient fashion. The presiding officer of the board is responsible for oversight and ensuring its effectiveness, which requires a high level of industry-specific knowledge that only a licensed professional possesses. The governor is responsible for appointing a presiding officer of the board from its membership, which includes 3 members that are not licensed veterinary professionals. Currently, there is no requirement that the presiding officer of the board be a veterinarian. Other state medical boards, including the Texas Board of Dental Examiners, the Texas Board of Chiropractic Examiners, and the Texas Board of Acupuncture Examiners, require their presiding officer to be a licensed industry professional. With that, Senate Bill 1850 requires the governor to appoint a veterinarian member of the board as presiding officer to ensure its effectiveness. Mr. President, I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
None whatsoever, Mr. President. My notebook must have fallen on the light.
All right, thank you. The question is on suspension. Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary will read the caption. Senate Bill 1850.
Senate Bill 1850, relating the presiding officer of the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule. You're on
So
the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burgo.
28 ayes, 3 nays. The rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading final passage. Senate Bill 1850. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1850, relating the presiding officer of the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners.
You recognize the final.
Mr. President, I move final passage of Senate Bill 1850.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Burgo.
28 ayes, 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370. This bill increases financial transparency by requiring DART to break down the expenditures by member municipalities in an annual financial report. I move to suspend.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
25 ayes and 5 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1370, relating to information contained in the annual financial audit of certain regional transportation authorities.
Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Paxton moves passage to engrossment. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
25 ayes and 5 nays and 1 present non-voting. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Paxton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
Be 25 ayes and 5 nays and 1 present not voting. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1370, relating to information contained in the annual financial audit of certain regional transportation authorities.
Senator Paxton is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Paxton moves final passage of committee substitute for Senate Bill 1370. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
25 ayes and 5 nays and 1 present not voting. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
We have some special guests. Joanna Kim, who worked for Senator Seliger. She has some of her kiddos here today. We thought we'd let them help with the gaveling. And I will not give them the rubber gavel, I promise. That would be not good. Chocolate's better. Senator Springer, you're going to have the honor of them gaveling your bill through. You recognize to suspend the regular order of business, Senate Bill 2599.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 2599 is a local bill that creates a Harris County Municipal Utility District number 594. The district will include approximately 113 acres of currently raw land in the city of Houston's ETJ, and Senate Bill 2599 follows the MUD template in its entirety. And with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2599.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Very good. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Senate Bill 2599. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2599, relating the creation of the Harris County Municipal Utility District number 594.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 2599.
Any objection? Hearing none, the bill passes to engrossment. That's the right way. That's better than the senators who come up here and do it. Trust me. You're now recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suspend the constitutional 3-day rule that bills be read on 3 separate days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
Very good. 27 ayes, 3 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading final passage. Senate Bill 2599. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2599, relating the creation of the Harris County Municipal Utility District number 594.
Did you get the video? Okay. Plus, it'll be on the archives too. But for the grand finale here, you want to do that. You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do have to admire his sharp green tie as somebody who's worn green ties all session. I'd like to add that one to my collection. But I move final passage of Senate Bill 2599.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
The bill is finally passed. 27 ayes, 3 nays. Thank you, Senator, and thank you. Great job. Now to the candy drawer. Senator Betancourt, I can wait. You recognize to suspend the regular order of business, Senate Bill 2600.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This is an aptly named Firefly Municipal Utility. It's a template MUD, and I move adoption of, I move the suspension of regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 2600.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill rules are suspended. Chair lays out second reading, Senate Bill 2600. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2600, relating the creation of Firefly Municipal Utility District Number 1.
You recognize passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 2600.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
27 ayes, 3 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out in third reading final passage Senate Bill 2600. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2600, relating the creation of the Firefly Municipal Utility District Number 1.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2600.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 3 nays. The bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, members.
Senator Betancourt, you want to do this third reading? You recognize suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2037.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2037.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage Senate Bill 2037. Secretary will read the caption.
Relating to the regulation, Senate Bill 2037, relating to the regulation of platting and subdivisions of land by municipality or county.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To make comment on the bill.
You're recognized.
Of course, just as my surface amateur goes dark, but I think I will remember what my comments were. Senator Betancourt, I believe that because the bill says indirect regulation, it will call into question some really good negotiation that happens at the local level with regard to a mindful development of our properties. There are species of developments that could easily fall afoul of this as indirect regulation when a county government, for instance, negotiates with the developer to cluster their development on a large tract so that they can get a parkland designation. Or when a commissioner's court negotiates with a developer to put curb and gutter into portions of the property at county expense in exchange for an appropriate setback. Or when a county government makes an arrangement with a developer for the location of a fire station in collaboration with an emergency service district as a separate governmental entity in exchange for the developer providing a certain level of fire flow, which requires a certain minimum lot size in order to not require additional fire flow. There are a myriad of ways that a local government might be negotiating with a developer that could look like and could legitimately be tagged as indirect regulation of setbacks, lot sizes, and whatnot that are actually a benefit to the development and a benefit to the community as a whole. So for that reason, I will be voting no on this bill, but I look forward to continuing to work with you, Senator Betancourt, as well as House members, to get to your intended result without blowing apart really good local negotiations to get to a good place as we are accommodating thousands of more residents, really literally on an almost daily basis, particularly in our major metropolitan statistical areas. So, thank you for letting me speak on the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do look forward to the continuing discussion, Senator Eckhart. I move final passage of Senate Bill 2037.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bergman.
20 ayes, 11 nays, bills finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator West, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1664.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I'd move to suspend the Senate regular order of business, take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1664. Members, this creates the Texas School Safety Technical Advisory Committee to create standards for school safety accountability and creates the Texas School Accountability Program, the purpose of which is to make certain that our parents have a better appreciation in terms of the readiness of our schools as it relates to our children. Needless to say, in many instances, we have parents taking their kids to school not knowing or fearing that their child may or may not be in the safest environment possible. This particular bill goes and works in conjunction with other bills that we've passed associated with school safety. So I'd move to suspend the regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, rule suspended. Chair lays out second reading. Senate Bill 1664. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1664, relating the establishment of the School Safety Technical Advisory Committee and the School Safety Accountability Program.
Members, there's an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment, and we'll make sure it gets to everyone.
Floor amendment number 1 by West.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. President. Working with the Lieutenant Governor's office, we've been able to bring the fiscal note down to about $3 million as relates to this particular amendment. Some of the salient points of the amendment is we've modified the composition of the School Safety Technical Advisory Committee and reduced the number down to 6 members, making certain also that as it relates to the Commissioner of Education, that we have the appointment of a teacher, elementary principal, and also a high school principal. We also changed the accountability system. Instead of having metrics of assessment that talk about exceeds expectations, we reduced that and made certain that schools have the ability to get information about the assessments being made, then turn around and make certain they correct those assessments before any type of accountability rating is provided.
Any objections? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. You're recognized to pass it to engrossment.
So move.
Secretary, any objections? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burgo, Blanco.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading, final passage. Senate Bill, I lost the number right here, 1664. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1664, relating the establishment of the School Safety Technical Advisory Committee and the School Safety Accountability Program.
You recognize on final.
We'll file the passage committee Senate Bill 1664.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Burgo, Blanco.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. I was going to pass it again for you. It's finally passed. Thank you. Senator Menendez, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 629.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider at this time the committee substitute Senate Bill 629. Members, as you are all aware, we have an opioid epidemic occurring in our state and our nation. In fact, the data is showing that 359 children between the ages of 59 and 19 have died as a result. And sometimes this is called an overdose. That implies that they knew what they were doing. In many cases, they're being poisoned.
Members, can we have some order on the floor? It's pretty loud, so we can hear Senator Menendez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In many cases, these children are being poisoned. They sometimes purchase something that they thought was one thing, and it was laced with fentanyl. So aside from the significant cost of human lives, this crisis has cost Texas around $20 billion a year. These overdoses or poisonings aren't just happening at home. Unfortunately, we've seen them now on school campuses. The committee substitute to Senate Bill 629 would ensure that our schools would have easy access to the opioid antagonist, sometimes known as Narcan, so they can quickly respond to these poisoning and overdoses. This bill would not require schools to adopt opioid antagonist policies. However, if they do, they must follow the requirements outlined in the bill. Our hope is that this bill is going to prevent children from dying of opioid overdose and poisonings in our schools. I want to thank all of the stakeholders in our school systems. We've worked with the public schools, we work with the private schools, we work with the Catholic school systems so that everyone can be saved. And with that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll suspend. Chair lays out. Second reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 629. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 629, relating the use of opioid antagonists on public and private school campuses and at or in transit to or from off-campus school events.
You recognize on engrossment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none, bill passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Just to make a comment to the author.
Yes, of course I do.
Hold on one second. Let me suspend the 3-day rule to get back on the bill, then you can speak. I'm sorry. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 629. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 629, relating the use of opioid antagonists on public and private school campuses and at or in transit to or from off-campus school events.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Menendez, I want to say this, that bills like this are really important because, as you know, we had on the floor my good friend and a loss of mother that can't be replaced by somebody that died from fentanyl, and it could be less than even 50 milligrams that have caused it. And unfortunately now what we see is that this habit gets picked up in school.
Yes.
And it continues, and it's insidious because it's such addicting. You know, it's such an addiction that it's almost impossible for these young adults to break.
And what's so sad, I want to thank you for your comments, but also, Senator, we heard from a school employee about a child who had a bag of candy that had fentanyl in the candy. So the child had no idea. This was not a child trying to take Adderall or thinking they were taking some drug. They were innocently eating candy and they were poisoned with fentanyl.
And I think this type of awareness is just critical to saving lives in the future because once somebody gets in this addiction, it's almost impossible to get them out. And I really appreciate it. And I'm signing on in memory of Deborah Keating's son, who, like so many things, teaches all of us that what happens in the past does not happen in the future. And I hope this bill saves lives too.
I really appreciate your comments, and I appreciate you signing on. And I know you're going through a lot today, and I thank you, and I want you to know that my prayers are with you and your family as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. You recognize on final passage, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of the committee substitute to Senate Bill 629.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burwell.
31 ayes and no nays, and I hope this bill gets through the House. Very important bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members.
Senator Zaffirini is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 887.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 887 relating to the creation of the Maxwell Municipal Utility District Number 1. Members, this bill would simply authorize the creation of that district in Caldwell County. It is standard mud language following the template. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, is there any objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 887. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 887 relating the creation of the Maxwell Municipal Utility District Number 1.
Senator Zaffirini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Zaffirini moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffirini is recognized for a motion to suspend the three-day constitutional rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Zaffirini moves suspension of the three-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall.
There being 27 ayes and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 887. The secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 887 relating the creation of the Maxwell Municipal Utility District Number 1.
Senator Zaffirini, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffirini moves final passage of Senate Bill 887. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 27 ayes, 3 nays, and 1 present not voting, the bill is finally passed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Perry, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 1677 is dealing with the shortage of mental health beds across Texas and the wait lists that are months long for competency restoration. SB 1677 provides counties under 250,000 with assistance from HHSC to apply Senate Bill 292, HB 13 funds for the 85th session for jail-based competency restoration, jail diversion, and adolescent behavioral health. Under the bill, HHSC is required to relet contracts for new funding under Senate Bill 292 and HB 13 in the 85th session. Lastly, 1677 requires the state auditor's office to conduct an audit on the forensic wait list for competency restoration. This provision was adopted to the House Rider in HB 1. With that, I move suspension of regular order bills rules.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1677, relating to the establishment and administration of Health and Human Services Commission programs providing mental health services to certain individuals in this state.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move constitutional rule, suspend the 3-day rule.
Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1677, relating to the establishment and administration of Health and Human Services Commission programs providing mental health services to certain individuals in this state.
Senator Perry is recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Perry moves final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1677. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, members.
Senator Perry. Senator Perry is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on HB 1565.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. HB 1565, the Sunset Water Development Board, they were recommended to go an additional 12 years, very minimum findings, some efficiencies to be changed, and I believe Texas Water Development Board has already addressed several of those. With that, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the regular order of business on HB 1565. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1565. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1565, relating to the functions of the Texas Water Development Board and continuation and functions of the State Water Implementation Fund for the Texas Advisory Committee.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage third reading.
Senator Perry moves passage to third reading of HB 1565. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Perry, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Senator Perry moves to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule on HB 1565. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hall, Hancock.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 1565. The Secretary will read the caption.
HB 1565, relating to the functions of the Texas Water Development Board and continuation and functions of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas Advisory Committee.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion.
Move final passage.
Senator Perry moves final passage of HB 1565. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, members.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1781. Last session, in Senate Bill 1444, the legislature authorized the Education Service Centers to look at our health care options for our teachers and school employees in their respective regions. These regional reviews were compiled into a report that was submitted to several state agencies and to us. And in conversations since that time and with those involved in preparing the report, one of the things we've learned is there's a need to create a better statutory framework for public schools to cooperate in the purchase of health coverage for our teachers and our school employees. And Senate Bill 1781 accomplishes that purpose. Defines in statute the process by which schools can form health cooperatives and requires these cooperatives operate according to the best practices when it comes to issuing requests for proposals and selecting health coverage options for our school employees. That's what the bill does, and I move suspension.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1781 relating to health coverage for school district and open enrollment charter school employees under interlocal contracts.
Senator Hughes, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves passage to engrossment of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
That's my motion.
Senator Hughes moves to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule on committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. The secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1781 relating to health coverage for school district and open enrollment charter school employees under interlocal contracts.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Hughes moves final passage of committee substitute to Senate Bill 1781. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
There being 31 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 998.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider House Bill 998. Members, House Bill 998 is the result of several groups of constituents that have reached out to myself and Representative Paul about their inability to receive insurance for their condo associations. Many condo associations carry insurance that covers the outside of the buildings and basically everything but the interior or the contents, which are up to the individual, so not the association. The condo associations reached out to me, and they're all very close to the Clear Lake area and the Galveston Bay area, but they reside just outside of TWIA's mandatory coverage zones. They're unable to receive TWIA coverage. House Bill 998 will allow these constituents and condo associations within 10 miles of a TWIA boundary to have the ability to purchase Fair Plan insurance. And they're still going to have to fulfill all the requirements of the Fair Plan, including receiving 2 declinations before they're eligible. So that's being declined coverage twice. And this makes it clear that the commissioner may draw a 10-mile boundary line and give an extra year for the Fair Plan to develop this new policy. And with that, I move suspension.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the regular order of business on House Bill 998. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 998. The secretary will read the caption.
House Bill 998, relating the provision of Property Owners Association insurance by the Fair Plan Association in certain areas.
Senator Middleton, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move passage to third reading for House Bill 998.
Senator Middleton moves passage to third reading. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to third reading. Senator Middleton is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move suspension of the constitutional 3-day rule for House Bill 998.
Senator Middleton moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 29 yeas and 2 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage HB 998. The secretary will read the caption.
HB 998, relating to the provision of Property Owners Association insurance by the Fair Plan Association in certain areas.
Senator Middleton, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move final passage for House Bill 998.
Senator Middleton moves final passage of House Bill 998. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
There being 29 yeas and 2 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Senator Swertner, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 2627.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as we are all acutely aware, Texans across the state continue to have concern regarding the long-term reliability of the electric grid. We have discussed over the interim and certainly on this floor many times the need to address the issues of operational flexibility and long-term resource adequacy to secure Texas's energy needs long term. In fact, this is one of our highest priorities this legislative session. This bill, Senate Bill 2627, is the Powering Texas Forward Act, and it directly targets the concerns of Texans. This bill would direct financial resources towards the procurement of the needed dispatchable generation in 2 ways. First, the bill would allow for the creation of a state-backed 0% interest loan program for the construction of new dispatchable thermal generation. Second, there would be a financial completion bonus, an incentive for when new megawatts of electricity are interconnected onto the grid by a deadline of December 31st, 2026. Senate Bill 2627 also supports the maintenance of current dispatchable generation through a state-backed 0% interest rate loan program, similar to what was passed off this floor in Senate Bill 6. Members, there will be an amendment that is substantive. It makes changes based on feedback from our hearing, as well as feedback from the PUC and ERCOT and various stakeholders, and certainly from members on the committee. The amendment will first raise the minimum qualifying generation capacity from 10 to 100 megawatts. The amendment also enhances the considerations used in the loans and grants to include items like creditworthiness, as well as allows for some flexibility of the PUC to alter the requirements as needed. The amendment would limit the facilities the facility is not eligible if it will be used primarily to serve an industrial load or private use network. The amendment caps the completion bonus to $200,000 per megawatt. And the amendment also partitions the money appropriated in the fund to 5% for maintenance and 75% for new construction. Finally, the amendment lowers the escrow amount from 5% to 3% and adds a sunset date for the completion bonus of December 1st, 2028. Thank you, members. I move suspension of the regular order of business of Senate Bill 2627.
Senator Betancourt, did you have a question? Your light's on.
I do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
I yield. Thank you.
Senator Swardner, I think this is a great step, because what we're trying to do is say, build it now, build it quickly, because quickly in this term is, 2.5, 3 years at a minimum. And we're offering not only financing, but a completion, a bonus. And we're really trying to put the message out that Texas wants this extra power, and this is a great bill to get it done. True?
Thank you. Yes, Texas needs this extra power. Right. And there are some particularities of this the ideas presented in this bill. Of the $10 billion, 7.5 would go toward new construction, 7.5 billion. But that's going to be paid back, right? And so Texans would see the receipt of that, and that would go back into the Treasury. The other portion, again, is the $2 billion for the completion bonus, which is a recognition that if you're able to build it by a certain time frame, we recognize as state government that it is a priority to make sure our grid is manageable, and that we are going to reward you for doing something that we consider of that importance. And then the $500 million is for the maintenance of facilities that are already in existence.
Well, because maintenance is always an issue long term, and when you look at the critical nature of this need, it's just absolutely paramount that Texas have a power that is dependable, dispatchable, and continuous for the state for not only this year, but in the future. And by putting out this very important piece of legislation, we're saying, come down, come early, get it done, and we're willing to be a partner with you as best as any government can with a private and enterprise to get the power that all Texans need and deserve.
Not only Texans, but our economy. We are trying to incent major corporations that require hundreds of megawatts, whether they're LNG export terminals, chemical factories, to come to Texas, semiconductor factories, and they, in some cases, need 500 or 750 megawatts of power on a daily basis. To guarantee them that that power is going to be there, we as a state need to be proactive and incent companies that are generators to build, and say we need a large number of new generation, dispatchable generation, to balance out the ever-increasing amount of wind and solar that we're seeing interconnected to our grid. And wind and solar has a great place. It does have certain advantages, but when the wind isn't blowing and the sun's not shining, we do have potential problems that can manifest themselves when there are extreme temperature changes, extreme cold, or extreme heat.
And I think you did a very good job of explaining that in your committee and putting an emphasis, an exclamation mark about why that wouldn't be acceptable. And I think this is really a very effective 1, 2, 3 punch, because it's, we've got money to help you get started on your project with 75%. We've got a completion bonus. And then, by the way, we're also helping with maintenance and operations, because we want them to be built. And we also want our old units to be able to maintain the duty cycle that they're going to have to until we get enough new generation online. And we have to start now. So we should be rocketing this bill out to the House. And I hope they rocket it, to the governor, because if we're going to continue everything from launching the largest rockets in the world, or this new semiconductor facility, or every other new job that we're the mecca for in this country, we've got to have reliable power. And this bill is really important for us.
This is a bill that speaks directly to new generation. There are bills regarding market redesign changes, the PCM, for instance, that we passed off this floor, Senate Bill 2012. There are transmission bills as well. And so these bills and they're affirming bills, SB 7, that when you look at it holistically, I believe it does address those concerns of Texans and advances significantly the commitment we have to securing Texas's energy future.
Well, the Senate's been leading on this. Lieutenant Governor has been leading on this issue. You have been leading, and really the entire Senate is with us, with you specifically on this bill and the other bills, because the future of Texas is there. It's like what Shakespeare said, the future is the undiscovered country, Senator Johnson. And in the 21st century, the one thing the undiscovered country needs to continue to grow and prosper, Texas, is power. And so this is a great bill with a great 1, 2, 3 punch in it. So honored to be a co-author, and keep them coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Or keep the lights on that way, Senator.
You're going to ask your question, Senator Johnson, on the amendment when it comes up? Okay. You recognize the motion is on suspension. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Senate Bill 2627. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2627, relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities.
There is an amendment. The Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Schwertner et al.
Senator, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment speaks to the maintenance section of the bill. There's $500 million for maintenance and upkeep of current dispatchable generation. But what we've heard from some generators is that they have difficulty from a financial standpoint obtaining duplicative gas supply to that plant. And so this amendment would allow the $500 million, the maintenance section of the loans, to be allowed for the construction of fuel transportation infrastructure so that they have appropriate sized as well as potentially duplicative gas tie-ins.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Question to the author of the amendment.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the big amendment, right? Are we on is there a different amendment?
We're on the long amendment.
We're on the long amendment. Okay.
So if I'm not
we were passed out both, actually.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So I think on the long amendment.
Let me explain the long amendment. Would be probably
you explain the long amendment. One of the things in there that I wanted to see.
Senator Menendez, I'm sorry. Do you want to lay that out? Let him lay that out, then you can ask the question.
Thank you.
That'd be good. Thank you, Senator. The substantive amendment is the work of a large number of members on the committee, including yourself, Senator Menendez, and Senator Johnson, Senator Zaffarini, and of course Vice Chair King and my other colleagues on the committee. But as I mentioned in the initial layout, it has a number of parameter changes. It changes the minimum qualifying generation capacity from 10 to 100 megawatts. It changes the considerations for which certain types of businesses would be allowed to access these loans and grants regarding their credit worthiness, as well as allows the PUC to change the requirements of the loan program as necessary. It caps the completion bonus to $200,000 per megawatt. So therefore, a 100 megawatt new plant would receive a completion bonus of $20 million, 200,000 times 100. It diminishes the escrow amount from 5% to 3%. It aligns the sunset dates between the completion bonus section as well as the new construction, and it clarifies the language on which facilities qualify based on when a project is started. So with that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions or move adoption.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Schwartner, first of all, thank you for working with the whole committee. I want to thank my colleagues, both Senator Johnson and Senator Zaffarini, for their work, and together with everyone, this amendment seems to add guardrails to the program. I think is that a fair analysis of it?
It does. There were certain questions that were brought up during committee, and it's clarifying, but also adds some guardrails regarding things such as what portion of the loan amount, the $10 billion, could be utilized for new construction versus maintenance, and puts guardrails regarding timelines as well. So yes, I'd say guardrails as well as clarifying.
And so on page 4 of the amendment and line 21, it says the commission may not provide a grant under this section of more than $200,000 per megawatt of capacity provided by the facility. So I appreciated that clarification in particular because it sets a price on what we want the grant to be. And so I appreciate, because I know that it was somewhat nebulous in terms of you had the $1.9 billion as a potential for a grant fund, but it didn't dictate how they were put out there. So I want to just thank you for your work on this, and it makes it a little clearer how this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your work as well as our colleagues and actually our staff who have dove into this piece of legislation very quickly and thoroughly. Thank you.
Members, the motion is on this amendment, the long amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. Now the short amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2 by Schwartner.
You're recognized on the short amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment allows for the portion of the loans that go toward maintenance to be allowed for the construction of fuel transportation infrastructure, essentially tie-ins, gas tie-ins, duplicative tie-ins, upgrades. We have heard over the years that certain power plants have difficulty acquiring their supply gas, and as well as having been designed just with a single source of gas supply. So this amendment would allow for the maintenance and upgrade of their fuel transportation infrastructure, essentially their gas supply.
Senator Johnson, what purpose?
Questions of the author?
You yield?
I yield.
And I confess that my question will be largely in form of a statement, and then let me know if I'm on track here. And it concerns legislative intent. The intention of this amendment is to add an option, add a financial option for a generator who finds itself in monopolistic conditions, to have a lower cost of building a second source of gas from a competing provider, correct?
Second source, or potentially even upgrading an existing line or refurbishing an existing line.
And so making it easier for them to do. It's not a statement or a command to generators that you're going to need to do this now because we're providing you an interest-free loan, right?
No, it's not. It's dependent upon the individual operators as to whether or not they want to upgrade, refurbish, or duplicate certain infrastructure.
And by introducing this amendment, by voting for the amendment, by passing the bill, we're not representing to people that we've done a fiscal analysis of the viability of adding a pipeline or doing anything else. It's simply a tool that will be in the discretion of the generators if they get the loan, and it will be in the discretion of the Public Utility Commission whether or not they get the loan Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
Yes.
And I just, my purpose in saying all this is we prefer market solutions when they're available. And if this enhances the competitiveness of the market, fantastic. It's not a declaration by us that, well, now we've fixed it. There's still going to be an economic analysis done by the PUC and by the individual generators at each location, correct?
Right. Each individual generator will do their own economic analysis regarding even though it's a 0% interest rate loan, it's still a loan. And so they would still need to see whether or not whatever added capacity or redundancy that is supported by that upgrade or new line, whether or not it makes sense for them at that location.
Thank you. So in summary, this amendment is intended to increase competitiveness of certain regions where, in fact, it turns out that it can.
That's right.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, the motions on the amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You're recognized. Oh, we have another amendment. Forgive me. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 3 by Menendez.
Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members. Chairman Schwertner and his team were really open and amenable to working with us on a lot of language to make the bill better. And while I am supportive of the legislation as amended, one of the things I wanted to see was a way that we could work to make the bill maybe possibly technology neutral. This amendment does not get us there, but what this amendment does, it says that if we have unused dollars in this Texas Energy Fund, in that $1.9 billion, that possibly after the period of the expiration, that could we use some of those dollars to appropriate them with a demand response and energy efficiency program for our constituents in residential and our commercial customers, which some small mom and pop businesses. Currently, the only people that have access to a demand response program are large industrial. And so what I was hoping is that we could give an option to our constituents and our small businesses to be able to also save money and control the way they use their electricity. Members, this bill is all about dispatchable electric energy, immediate energy. And let me tell you, there's nothing more immediate than when you turn off the demand. Turning off the demand and making things more energy efficiency adds more resiliency immediately at the lowest cost. All I'm saying through this is that the legislature could appropriate from that fund to facilitate energy efficiency and demand response programs. They are very much woefully underfunded, and I'm not asking for new money. I'm just saying if there's money left over that didn't get appropriated, that loans didn't get done, they didn't finish their facility in the timeline that would allow them to get a grant or a bonus, that we could look at helping our constituents and our small businesses access money for energy efficiency and demand response programs. And how does that work? It means that possibly their retail electric provider could provide a rebate on a more efficient air conditioning system, or a rebate on a more efficient water heater, or some insulation for their home. That's how we can actually help our constituents save money on their bills and use less energy. I can tell you from experience in San Antonio with CPS Energy, these programs work. And the energy that you don't use is the energy that is the cheapest. And it helps our constituents. I hope the chairman can see that as this process moves along, this is a Senate bill going over to the House, that hopefully he can see that something like this won't hurt anything. It just says after the process of the loans and the potential grants, money left over, we could help these programs. So, Mr. Chairman, I came up with this morning. I didn't have a lot of time to think about it, but I hope that you see the wisdom in this, and that this would actually be able to help the grid and help our constituents at the same time. With that, I'll yield for questions or move adoption of floor amendment number 3.
Senator Schwertner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Menendez, I certainly appreciate your strong support of demand response and energy efficiency. And in fact, as we all know on this floor, we passed your bill regarding demand response a week or two ago, and Senator Eckhart's bill regarding energy efficiency, raising it to 1%, I think, by 2028 or 2029. So these are steps forward. This has to do with the money that's being appropriated for three different buckets, right? The new construction, maintenance, and then also the completion bonus. And that's the money coming back is taxpayer money, and right now it's going back into the Treasury. And while these are worthwhile goals, I think they should still go back to the taxpayer. And if we need to set up another fund, I think that's another piece of legislation and should not actually be added to this bill. So for those reasons, I'm not going to accept this amendment, or we'll be voting against the amendment.
Senator Eckhart, did you want to speak? Your light's on. I think it just popped on there.
To ask questions of the author of the amendment.
Do you yield?
Of course.
So with respect to energy neutrality, this would not go there, but at least it would say that if for any reason there was funding left over, can you give us some examples of the kind of demand management that this could go to, and what kind of kilowatt dividend we could achieve through that demand management?
So in the bill states that we should, the bonuses should be about $200,000 per megawatt of capacity. I believe that we could achieve through demand response, residential demand response, small business demand response, we could achieve in the thousands of megawatts potentially. It requires funding though, because it means that they can only use them typically in places that have smart meters. And then you'd have to get residential consumers to agree to have a thermostat that could be connected to, so that on a super hot day, and we're running just like it works for the industrials, we're running close to our reserves, and they would like to shed some load, that people who have voluntarily enrolled in this program could have their AC units in the summer, the temperature raised 1 or 2 degrees, and the winter lowered. And this way, they could lower their bills, and we could make more resilient, our grid more resilient, and it could save money. What I'd like to see happen is that any money left over from the grants could be taken to these units, these programs that we know work, energy efficiency and demand response, and say, how can we help our constituents lower their bills and make the grid more resilient? We've already made a decision in this bill to put $1.9 billion aside for grants for people who are going to add capacity. This adds capacity. Demand response and energy efficiency adds capacity the quickest way possible by reducing the demand on the grid. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not taking money from the bill itself. All I'm saying is if there's money left over, because one of the problems that we have is that anytime these programs all cost money and they have to come from somewhere. And so that's why we don't have it done more effectively more often, because someone's got to pay the freight. But at the end of the day, it helps the state of Texas make the grid more resilient by lowering the demand on the grid day to day.
Thank you so much for that. And also, I am reading this stuff as quickly as I possibly can. This bill came up very quickly, so I'm studying up, and I apologize to the chamber to the extent that my questions are off base. I do note that there is a probable amendment coming up from you, Senator Johnson, Senator Zaffarini, and I believe it's acceptable to Senator Schwartner.
That was the First Amendment, the guardrails.
Great.
Yes.
Sorry, really, apologies. I'm trying to get up to speed on this. The provision that says the Commission may not provide a grant under this section of more than $200,000 per megawatt of capacity provided by the facility. Is it your idea with this amendment that same $200,000 per megawatt of capacity would apply to megawatts of capacity that are saved rather than generated?
That's the intent, but I made it more flexible than that. I actually wanted to give all the flexibility that we could just to make the dollars available to let the PUC set guidelines for how to make this happen. And so, or the Texas Energy Fund, whatever we're creating, work with industry to find the guidelines that would make this more. We do a lot around here that helps the grid, and we should. But what I find sometimes frustrating is that I don't feel like we've done enough to help our consumers play a role in the reduction of their energy. They want, but it's costly, and that's why we don't have more people that are involved in the activity of their energy use, because they don't want to be cold, they don't want to be hot, which they shouldn't, but making your home more energy efficient costs money because you need to put insulation, energy efficient windows, you need to have it weatherized. There's a lot of things that you should do. That requires funding, and that's what this is about.
And so and I hear what you're saying, you're not requiring that the megawatt saved is treated exactly the same as the megawatt generated with regard to the $200,000. You are not requiring that by your amendment.
Not at all.
You are leaving it to the PUC to determine what that megawatt saved incentive should be.
I just see that if the incentive money for new generation, the $1.9 billion for on-time or quickly created generation, if there's money left over, that money that we were willing to pay generators to build plants in a timely fashion for more generation, that we can make that money available to constituents to lower their bills and make the grid more resilient by lowering demand on the grid.
And I would completely agree with you on that. And even though you are not requiring that it be valued at the same, the megawatt saved at 200,000, as the recent amendment values the megawatt created.
Correct.
Philosophically, whether it's saved or created, and whether it's carbon or whether it is nuclear or whether it is solar or wind power, a megawatt has the same value irrespective of whether it's saved or generated or what source it's generated from, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, electrons are electrons. They're neutral. Electrons are electrons. Power is the same. Our lights and our computers and our thermostats, they don't care where the generation comes from. At the end of the day, my concern is that many of our senior citizens on fixed incomes will have the hardest time being able to afford any increase to their electric bill. And so we want to pay for resiliency and reliability, but I want to make sure that those who can least afford it have the least stress on their monthly bills.
Thank you very much for the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Members, the vote is on the amendment. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado.
12 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment fails. That's all the amendments. You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment, Senate Bill 2627.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
The Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage, Senate Bill 2627. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 2627 relating to funding mechanisms to support the construction, maintenance, and modernization of dispatchable electric generating facilities.
You recognize on final.
Mr. President, I move final passage, Senate Bill 2627.
Before I call the vote, thank you for your quick work on this. This has come out of a lot of discussions and meetings with many in the industry. And we all know we need power as soon as we can get it, particularly after the conference yesterday. And I think almost everyone agrees that these incentives of using surplus money is the best way to get people to build the fastest. So thank you for bringing this legislation up. The vote is 27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, I want to officially call the roll on that.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
27 ayes and 4 nays. The bill is finally passed. And members, again, thank you for the bipartisan working across aisles and coming to a great conclusion on that work. You're recognized on suspension of the SJR 93. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this SJR is the funding mechanism for Senate Bill 2627. There will have one amendment that is a clarifying amendment by the comptroller, as well as authorizes the amount of money that is returned after the loans are repaid to go back into GR and go back into the hands of the taxpayers through the legislature and the Treasury of the state of Texas. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension of the regular order of business to take up and consider SJR 93.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays that on second reading, SJR 93. Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 93, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund.
We have an amendment. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor Amendment number 1 by Schwartner et al.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This clarifies fund management language as requested by the comptroller and authorizes the return of the money once repaid to the Treasury. Move adoption.
Any objections? Hearing none. The amendment is adopted. You're recognized. Passage to engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move suspension of the 3-day rule for SJR 93.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. SJR 93. Secretary will read the caption.
SJR 93, proposing a constitutional amendment providing for the creation of the Texas Energy Fund.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage of SJR 93.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
27 ayes, 4 nays. The SJR is finally passed. Once again, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, very much.
Senator Hall, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460. Suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, as communities continue to expand in rural areas, extending transmission services to these new communities can get delayed as local governments make changes to conditions they are requesting of the co-ops to meet before the construction project can proceed. This bill was brought to me by an electric co-op in my district that has had numerous projects delayed by requests from municipalities to paint or install fencing, to do other things with vegetation, and refusing build-out and right-of-ways, among other things. While these conditions are not opposed by the utility, the back and forth in the approval process unnecessarily delays needed projects and increase their cost. Members, committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460 would require municipalities to respond within 90 days to a project requested by an electric utility. If the request is not approved, they must notify the co-op within 90 days of any requested conditions they want to meet. The intent is to end the unnecessary delays and increase costs in the build-out of needed infrastructure by establishing a timeline that both parties can abide by. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2460 relating to provision of certain electricity services.
Senator Hall, you're recognized on engrossment.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You'll need to talk to 4 friends to move to pass the constitutional 3-day rule.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I think this side of the room is winning over that side of the room. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Zaffarine and Senator Campbell, you make up for the other senators. Senator Hall, where are you? There you are. You found your friend. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
25 ayes, 6 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 2460. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 2460 relating to the provision of certain electricity services.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
21 ayes, 10 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, members and friends.
Senator Parker? Senator Parker, there you are. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557, suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute of Senate Bill 1557. Currently, when a child is the victim of a crime at the hand of a school staff member or administrator, such as physical abuse, sexual abuse, or any other inappropriate sexual conduct, the family does not have the automatic ability to move their child to a safe environment in which they feel safe. Even when the offending school staff are removed from the school after such incidents, the school may still remain a place of great trauma for the child. If the school was the scene of the crime, it may be a daily reminder of the incident and continue to traumatize the child for years to come. And if the incident was made public, the child faces ridicule or shame from their classmates. Committee substitute of SB 1557 grants families the ability to move their child to another school if their child is the victim of a crime or official misconduct at the hand of a school faculty or staff member. The new school may be a different campus in the same public school district, a neighboring district, a charter school, or a private school. Should the family choose to place the student in a private school, the normal apportionment for that child should be provided to the family for private school funding. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557 also includes sexual grooming as an additional ground for removal and uses the language from Senator Hancock and Huffman's Senate Bill 1562. Members, this legislature has taken great strides over the past several sessions to stop inappropriate sexual conduct in our schools, but we have inadvertently left the huge gap about what we do for these kids that have been victimized by this kind of activity. We've addressed what happens to the offending school staff member, but we never addressed what happens to the child afterward. The committee substitute for 1557 will close that gap by guaranteeing the child the opportunity of a new start to rebuild after their victimization. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Birdwell.
18 ayes, 13 noes. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1557. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 1557 relating to providing for an election by the parent of a student who was victimized by a public school employee to transfer the student to another public school campus or receive funding for the student to attend private school.
You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Mr. President, I move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Brayton.
18 ayes, 13 nays. The bill passed to engrossment. I don't know if there are enough friends on the floor for you to find.
I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Alvarado, you're recognized to suspend the intent calendar rule and the regular order of business. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 252.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the intent calendar rule and the regular order of business to take up and consider the committee substitute for Senate Bill 252. Members, we all know that law enforcement agencies across our state are facing a shortage of police officers. Senate Bill 252 will give law enforcement agencies the ability to hire lawful permanent residents, known as LPR, veterans who are on their way towards achieving full citizenship as peace officers. I want to thank Senator Birdwell for working with me on an amendment that put in some guardrails to address some citizenship issues. I believe he's going to ask a couple of questions about that. And certainly want to thank Chairman Hughes and the State Affairs Committee for also working with us on this bill.
Senator Birdwell, what purpose?
Question of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Senator Alvarado. I greatly appreciate the opportunity that you gave me to work on this bill. When we spoke about the bill, one of the base things that we asked was, what are the qualifications from T-Cole to be eligible? Would you tell us what those qualifications are?
So the qualifications would include a veteran who has been served in the military for at least 2 years, has been honorably discharged, and is already applied for citizenship. So they have to verify that they are indeed in the queue, in the process to become a naturalized citizen. And to your credit, furthermore, we put in an additional guardrail that if once they become a police officer, they're in a police department or the sheriff's office, before they can become eligible to become a supervisor, they have to have already gained full citizenship.
Right. So in the application, one of the things I shared with you was that to be in the United States military as a non-citizen, and I had a couple of green card soldiers that I'd been affiliated with in either staff or command positions, but you cannot join the United States military. You can't stroll across the river like we're getting just thousands and thousands a day, what we're dealing with right now in Operation Lone Star, and then stroll into a recruiting office and say, I want to be in the service. You have to lawfully be present with a green card, authorized to work, and then you can appear before a recruiting officer or a recruiting station, come onto active duty, and then upon honorable discharge, they would not be eligible, based upon the amendments that you and I worked together, you would not be eligible to join the police force until the application for naturalization was complete. It's not, I'm going to think about it. It's partially done. It is, the application is complete so that while they're serving, they are simply waiting on an answer from immigration, as opposed to immigration still waiting on their complete application. And go ahead.
That's correct, Chairman Birdwell. And again, I can't thank you enough for offering the language for that. And I think it's important for members to know that because you also, as a veteran, there's a expedited process for those who apply for citizenship. So it will make sure that they are following everything they need to do. There are 13 other states that allow this, but once this law is passed, Texas will have the guardrails in place that no other state has. So we're making sure that people are indeed becoming citizens and following through the process.
It's a tighter shot group than the other states. So thank you for working with me on it, because citizenship's precious. In all the years of service and foreign deployments and the like, calling yourself an American and being a citizen. And I wanted to make sure that we honored both the service of somebody that had obeyed the law and was here lawfully on a green card, and were honoring to their desire to become a citizen, but also honoring those that are already citizens, that we're not just simply saying you can do this without the citizenship component. So I appreciate you honoring the title of citizen and the amendments that we worked.
And thank you, Chairman, for, again, working with us and helping to explain to some of our members the importance of that, and including the language that you offered up in committee.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator King, what purpose?
Question for the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Just to kind of follow up on that a little bit, make sure that I understand how this would work. So, anytime anyone becomes qualified to become a police officer and they get their license, they can't have committed a felony. They have to pass the psychological exam. They have a physical exam. They have all these things they have to do, check all the boxes, and then go through the police academy, take the TCOL test, and then they can get their peace officer's license. If any of those things went away, such as if they committed a felony or some other crime, then they would lose their license. And so the way I understand the bill, if they qualified under these unique circumstances, but if at some point their application for citizenship was rejected, or they withdrew that application for citizenship, then it would be the same as any other qualifying factor that went away, and they would lose that peace officer license at that time. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you being a former police officer, you understand the shortage that police departments have faced. I appreciate the conversation that you and I had, and just shining that extra light on it to make sure that that indeed was part of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, what purpose?
Ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You know, Senator Alvarado, you were talking on a point that I think is very important, which is the testimony by all the law enforcement agencies was overwhelming. They, in great numbers, signed up because they're looking for good men and women that have served the country honorably, that were willing to give up their lives, and more importantly, that have completed, as Senator Birdwell said, the step to take the naturalization, a process, not just talk about it, but actually turn it in. So we have a group of people that are desperately needed for law enforcement, that have already served the country honorably. They are looking to serve their communities honorably now. And I can't think of a better group of people to serve on a police force, because I look at my staff, and I've got two veterans on the floor right now that have served with people that came from Guatemala, Honduras, wherever their nation was, and they joined the military because they joined an idea. They joined an idea about America, and they finished their term, became, in many cases, citizens, but became legal residents first, because they thought that a belief in an idea would get them a part of a greater whole, which is being a citizen of the United States of America. And I look on the floor because we get to serve in a company of heroes, I believe, Mr. President. And there are days when I look at my friend, Senator Birdwell, and realize that he almost gave his full measure. Almost over 52 operations afterwards, too, when he survived the Pentagon. But it's that type of intensity, that zest for life, and more importantly, for the American spirit, that gives this opportunity for these honorably discharged veterans, that, as Senator King has already talked about, all the qualifications and the need for the police, for citizens of this caliber, because they've already well on their way to citizenship. And I think it's an exceptional bill.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. And I know that members of your team that have served in the military have been talking with my staff, and certainly shed their experiences and people that they have served with that would be able to qualify to be a peace officer. So thank you for your input and that of your team as well.
You know, and Senator, this is a frothy political time, but there are some ideas that need to be recognized for what they are. And I can think of no better additional cohort of officers than ones that are former service members, honorably discharged, have decided to become legal residents of the United States and have already filed to naturalize, become the U.S. citizen, and have met all the qualifications that Senator King talked about and want to serve their community again and again and again. So I want to thank you for bringing the bill.
And thank you for your support.
Senator Springer, for what purpose?
A few questions for the author.
Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Alvarado, for bringing this. These veterans we're talking about, they swore an oath that they would support and defend the Constitution of the United States from against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that they would bear truce and allegiance to the same, and that they would obey the president and their leader. And they served honorably, and they've been discharged. And I can think of no greater honor than if one of these individuals would be in Munster, Texas, serving and protecting my community. So I will be happily supporting your bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Springer. And as you know, we have mutual friends in various police departments across our state. And that's why they have come to us asking for help to recruit police officers. Thank you.
Members, the vote is on suspension. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bancourt, Burglar, Blanc.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 252. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 252 relating to the licensing of certain veterans by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement and the hiring of these veterans by political subdivisions.
You're recognized on passage on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment on the committee substitute for Senate Bill 252.
Any objection? Hearing none. You're now recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burglar.
29 ayes, 2 nays. Rules suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 252. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 252 relating to the licensing of certain veterans by the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement and the hiring of those veterans by political subdivisions.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move final passage for committee substitute for Senate Bill 252.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Burglar.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary announce the signing of the following of the Presidents of the Senate.
Senate Bill 664, Senate Bill 1004, Senate Bill 1115, Senate Bill 1207, Senate Bill 1372, Senate Bill 1730, Senate Bill 1859, Senate Bill 2232, Senate Bill 2233, Senate Bill 2284.
Following motion in writing.
Motion in writing. Mr. President, the following members hereby request to suspend Senate Rule 7.07B to permit the introduction of the bills and resolutions as follows. SCR 48 by Hall, SCR 49 by Flores.
Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none. Motion adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Paxton for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 423.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 423 is a narrowly tailored bill to add Texas military forces into the statute to specifically provide the Texas State Guard the same legal authority to perform their military operations, missions, and associated training using unmanned aircraft. This legislation was requested by the Texas Military Department. Members of the House amended Senate Bill 423 to return the bill to its originally filed form to provide the Texas State Guard with the same legal authority to use unmanned aircraft for military operations that the U.S. military and National Guard currently have in statute. The Texas Military Department has clarified that the bill will only be applicable to the Texas State Guard for the operation of unmanned aircraft when they are called for a specific and acute state active duty military mission. Also, the unmanned aircraft images are only saved if they're specific to that mission's requirements. Otherwise, no images will be retained for any purpose. I move to concur with the House amendment for Senate Bill 423.
Senator Paxton moves that the Senate concur in House amendment to Senate Bill 423. The Secretary call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart.
30 ayes and 1 nay. The motion is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Chair recognizes Senator Blanco for a motion to concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 1523.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur with the changes to Senate Bill 1523 made in the House. There were 2 changes made in the House to reflect the recommendations of the Sunset staff. The board will have 180 days to determine whether the complaint is baseless or unfounded in order for it to be dismissed. And finally, it pushes back the effective date so that the bill conforms to the Sunset Bill, which grants the Texas Department of License and Regulation temporary administration of the Texas Veterinary Medical Board. This will give TDLR time to improve data management and agency process. With that, I concur.
Senator Blanco moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1523. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
31 ayes and no nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Following bills and resolutions on first reading and reference to committee, the Secretary will read the bills and resolutions.
Senate Bill 2629 by Creighton, ruling the authority of the Roman Forest Public Utility District Number 4 for road projects to local government. SCR 48 by Hall, directing the Texas Facilities Commission to name the new Transit Amenity Center at 207 West 14th Street in the Capitol Complex the lead-on transit amenity in honor of Justin Dart to administration. SCR 49 by Flores, designating September 24 as Captain Henry T. Wasco Day for a 10-year period ending in 2033 to administration. House Bill 18 to State Affairs, House Bill 19 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 59 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 71 to Transportation, House Bill 73 to State Affairs, House Bill 108 to Transportation, House Bill 158 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 229 to Transportation, House Bill 376 to State Affairs, House Bill 433 to Transportation, House Bill 438 to Finance, House Bill 621 to Education, House Bill 625 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 660 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 718 to Transportation, House Bill 730 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 755 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 875 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 1039 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 1361 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 1392 to Finance, House Bill 1455 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 1552 to State Affairs, House Bill 1578 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1588 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 1603 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 1605 to Education, House Bill 1634 to Local Government, House Bill 1683 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1709 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 1718 to Finance, House Bill 1745 to State Affairs, House Bill 1747 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 1766 to Local Government, House Bill 1876 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1890 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 1971 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2014 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 2026 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 2073 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 2087 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 2108 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 2134 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 2154 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 2177 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 2207 to Finance. House Bill 2334 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 2508 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2557 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 2620 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 2701 to Local Government, House Bill 2741 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 2746 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 2818 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 2926 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 3216 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 3301 to Local Government, House Bill 3390 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 3447 to Finance, House Bill 3453 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 3456 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 3524 to Health and Human Services, House Bill 3668 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 3698 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 3741 to Transportation, House Bill 3772 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 3849 to Local Government, House Bill 3852 to Criminal Justice, House Bill 3899 to Local Government, House Bill 4032 to Finance, House Bill 4128 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 4141 to Finance, House Bill 4375 to Education.
Excuse me. Yes? Oh, y'all calling me? Concurrent. Yeah, ready, whatever y'all want. Yeah.
House Bill 4381 to Finance, House Bill 4390 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4451 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4520 to Finance, House Bill 4550 to Local Government, House Bill 4553 to Business and Commerce, House Bill 4563 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4565 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4660 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4700 to Local Government, House Bill 4885 to Natural Resources and Economic Development, House Bill 4972 to Veteran Affairs, House Bill 5016 to Water, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs, House Bill 5146 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 5148 to the Subcommittee on Higher Education, House Bill 5291 to Jurisprudence, House Bill 5318 to Local Government, House Bill 5320 to Local Government, House Bill 5339 to Local Government, House Bill 5347 to Local Government, House Bill 5348 to Local Government, House Bill 5350 to Local Government, House Bill 5355 to Local Government, House Bill 5362 to Local Government, House Bill 5366 to Local Government, HCR 42 to Administration, HJR 27 to Finance, HJR 111 to Finance.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1509.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to concur with the House amendments to Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1509. Members, the Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1509 relates to removing a retire in place provision that was added to SB 321 from the 87th. That was the big ERS pension reform bill. The House made some changes to this bill in the committee process. However, these changes were then removed by a floor amendment. Therefore, this bill before us is now in the same form that it passed the Senate, 31-0. So I move to concur.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1509. Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Creighton, Duff, Waters.
31 ayes, no nays. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Nichols for a motion to not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1238.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 1238 and that we go to conference committee.
Senator Nichols moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 1238 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct? The following conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 1238. Chair, Senator Nichols. Members, Senators Schwartner, King, Johnson, Zaffarini.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 10.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 10 and request the appointment of conferees to a conference committee. Senate Bill 10 is a bill that was joint authored by all the senators and would provide a COLA and one-time supplemental check to certain TRS retirees. Senate's version is a bit different than the House version, and we do need to go to conference and discuss the differences. So I move to refuse to concur.
Senator Huffman moves that the Senate not concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 10 and requests the appointment of a conference committee. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Are there any motions to instruct the following conferees?
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 10. Chair, Senator Huffman. Members, Senators Kolkhorst, Campbell, Nichols, and Hinojosa.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, we have a memorial resolution. If everyone could take their desk, please. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 520 by Betancourt in memory of Alan D. Vera.
Senator Betancourt.
Whereas family and friends have suffered an immeasurable loss with the untimely passing of Alan Vera of Houston on May 4th, 2023, at the age of 75, having recently celebrated his birthday on April 20th in the House Elections Committee. And whereas before beginning his successful business career, Alan D. Vera graduated magna cum laude from Loyola University with a degree in political and military science. Alan valiantly served his country as an airborne ranger in the United States Army from 1970 to 1974 and received multiple awards and unit citations for his service. During the Vietnam War, Mr. Vera completed 22 nighttime jumps behind enemy lines. And after his military career, Alan Vera served as the president and chief executive officer of the Quest Business Agency beginning in 1984. He received many honors over the course of his distinguished business career, recognizing his success and innovations in his field, including such accolades as Marketer of the Year from the American Marketing Association and Vendor of the Year from FedEx Retail Operations. And whereas Alan Vera was one of the original founders of True the Vote and served as the ballot security chairman for the Harris County Republican Party since 2014. He worked with members of both chambers of the Texas legislature to write legislation to improve election integrity and was named Volunteer of the Year for Senate District 7 by the State Republican Executive Committee. Mr. Vera and his wife, Colleen, were honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award presented by the Harris County Republican Party at the Lincoln Reagan Dinner on March 23, 2022. Mr. Vera credited his strong Christian faith for the good he had accomplished in his life. And whereas although his journey on this earth ended too soon, Mr. Vera found great fulfillment in his work at the state capitol, where he was present at the time of his passing to contribute his testimony on election integrity bills. Alan D. Vera made a positive impact in the lives of countless people through his compassion, empathy, and kindness, and his memory will forever be cherished by his family and friends and by all who were privileged to share in his life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate of the State of Texas, 88th Legislature, hereby pay tribute to the life of Alan D. Vera and extend sincere condolences to the members of his family, his wife, Colleen Vera, his 7 children, his 6 beautiful grandchildren, and his many loving extended relatives. And be it further resolved that an official copy of this resolution be prepared for his family as an expression of deepest sympathy from the Texas Senate, and that when the Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Alan D. Vera.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Secretary. I wanted the members to hear the full resolution because his friends were here today to help write it. And Al was the type of guy that he went to work every day and went to work every day his entire life. He went to work as an Army Ranger. Senator Birdwell, 1970, 74, and somehow survived 22 combat jumps at night, Senator Hall, behind enemy lines. So when Al Vera came to testify in the House Elections Committee or the Senate State Affairs Committee or the Local Government Committee, he was not easily intimidated, because he knew he had the clarity of a ranger to know what his mission was, and he was going to complete that mission at all costs. So today, Al did what he always did. He went to work. He got up in Houston, kissed Colleen, his wife, goodbye, and the dogs, probably not necessarily in that order, and took off to Houston. And his faithful friend, Ed Johnson, followed him till he got to the Capitol building, where again, he felt like this was his place to work. Because I think there's not a Democrat or Republican that doesn't remember Al Vera testifying right next to Senator Zaffarini, multiple committees, over and over. And you didn't have to agree with Al, but you respected him. Because he was that earnest ranger identifying a problem and knowing what the solution is, and he was here to tell you about it. One of the, for me, I never thought I would have to go through a period where you have shock at a loss of a friend, a grieving, and then to celebrate his life in literally what is about 8 hours. But we're doing that today for Al because he was that type of man. And I see more and more of his friends trickling in to the gallery. Mike Sullivan, former tax assessor collector. Steve Munisteri, former Republican Party chair. Cindy Siegel, current Republican Party chair of Harris County. Lucy Traynor, Republican Party of Texas. Russell Hyder from Hayes County. Eric Opiala, and another good friend of his, Michael Wolf. And more importantly, they're here because Al always went to work here. He's been at work at the Texas Capitol for at least 10 years that I can remember, actually 2014, when he helped found True the Vote. But what he was always true to was an ideal. The ideal was that elections should be for everyone. Elections should be able to be respected, the results. And my most humorous time with Al, he was a ranger, so you have to forgive at times. They may be less than humorous, but he came to me, back when I was just getting my first term, Senator Creighton, and he said, "We've got a problem in Harris County." And I said, "What is it?" He said, "We've got 8,000 people registered at private P.O. boxes all around the county." Now, he just didn't say that. He had done the research, Senator Eckhart. He had gone through over 100 private P.O. box locations, and he took me to Waugh Drive, and showed me that there were approximately 80 people registered in Waugh Drive P.O. boxes. And his one joke that he made that day was that I couldn't fit into a 2x3 P.O. box, and he was right. And that led to the passage of Senate Bill 1113, and much of what Al did here to talk about what's right in elections is now in the election code. So I celebrate the life of a friend who came to work at the Capitol, but he didn't leave the Capitol. And I celebrate the life of an individual at age 75 that is a life well lived, and more importantly, a tremendous example of what being a citizen soldier is all about. Senator Blanco, you're one too, okay? He never stopped serving. After surviving nearly 24 jumps behind enemy lines, he still kept serving. 40 years after that experience, he's serving to try to make elections better in the United States. And he was such a regular visitor up here, Senator Miles. I'm not sure if we can have a State Affairs Committee hearing without Al Vera sitting on the right side of that podium. Because whether you agreed with him or not, Senator Huffman knew him. You had to know that he knew he was right, and he always brought his data with him. And when I think about Al Vera, I want to extend condolences to Colleen Vera, his 7 children, his 6 adorable grandchildren, and all of his friends. Because a unique individual deserves a full reading of a resolution that all of his friends helped write in my office. Because we all knew something about Al that we really would always treasure and will always take with us. And with that, I hope that this one demonstration of what a citizen soldier can do in Texas, nearly 50 years after the end of his service, will resonate because I know it resonated in the bill that we just passed for Senator Alvarado. These citizen soldiers are exceptional people. I get lucky to serve in a company of them in the Senate. But I also was very lucky to serve with my friend Al Vera for the better part of a decade or two on what he thought was the front line of a battle that he gave his full measure to. Because he had a choice this morning whether he was going to get up and come to work. And for Al, he couldn't see any other way. He wasn't feeling the greatest, but he came to work anyway. So there are days when I wonder, we're all temporary residents of this great building. It's really for the people of Texas that this building exists, but it's for people like Al Vera that are willing, in his case, to give his full measure, to come talk about his views of freedom. And I can think of no better person to have a resolution for, to eulogize for, and more importantly, to wish Godspeed for, because I know that right now, Al's in heaven, manning that Ranger gate, and I hope that the rest of us will be there to visit him in the future, because his faith in God and his Savior was indestructible. And with that, members, I want to tell you that if you learn anything from Al Vera's life, or you hear anything about Al Vera's life, just know that we're all citizen soldiers in the mold of Al Vera, because we come to work every day, we do what we think is right, we go home, and the next day starts anew, and we do it again and again and again.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for the resolution. It is a sad day. None of us expected this would happen. And I know you've known Al a lot longer than I have, but he was one of the first people I met before I got here with the Tea Party, working with the folks down in Harris County with True the Vote. One of the first real organizations set out to actually try to do something to fix our elections. And I had the opportunity to work with him before that and here. Alan, you said it. For me to repeat it, he was a true patriot. He was a citizen soldier. He was one he did sign that blank check for his life, payable to the American people, and didn't back down. But when he got through, he didn't quit. I mean, he was down every time I turned around. You're right. He was sitting over in that corner. If anything had the word election in it, he was here to talk about it, not from an emotional standpoint, but on facts. He had the data, he did the research, and he knew what he was talking about. Now, he didn't have to agree with Alan to have a conversation with him, but he listened, had an exchange, and he never quit serving his country. What we need are more Alan Veras coming to this Capitol that do the work, do the homework, and bring facts to help us. Because I think all of you agree, we don't know it all. Sometimes we think we do, but we really don't with the subjects here. But people like Alan Vera who come here with information to help us better understand what we have to do, make us a better place by the interchange, by what they do and their sacrifice. And he didn't get paid for it like we do. So it was special. And it's a sad day. I tell you, I will miss Alan. I remember the conversations with him. I learned a lot, and he truly will be missed. So thank you for bringing this, Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really got to know Alan as a baby legislator in the House, and I think he knew before I knew when I was appointed to the Elections Committee. So it was about 30 seconds after that happened that he showed up in my office, and I could tell from the first minute talking to him that what a big heart he had, and that he loved this great state, that he loved his country, and he was there because he wanted to do the right things for the right reasons. And that's why he was there. And from then on, we were friends in this fight. He'd reach out to me. I would run things by him because I trusted him, because I knew he wanted to do the right thing, and I knew he would fight for the right thing. And he was a happy warrior too. Sometimes things get tense around here, and we disagree, we do. But he was always a happy warrior with a smile on his face, and you knew he was telling you the truth, always. And we didn't always agree. Everyone didn't always agree with him, but Alan had such a big heart and was such a great man, and I can't believe we've lost him here today. And he served his country with distinction, and then he came back and he served this great state with distinction and fought for her and fought for our future, for all of us. So God bless you to the family, and God bless you to everyone here today to recognize a great man and a great Texan.
Thank you, Senator. Members, Republicans and Democrats, we all in our districts, and when I was a senator, the same, we all know the Alan Veras. Doesn't make any difference what side of politics they're on. We all have these special people in our districts that really work and really care. And very often they're older. They really get involved in our lives and in politics when they have more time in their lives, although he was always involved. And his wife, Colleen, we've spent a lot of time together researching different projects. But I think the tribute to Alan is really a tribute to all of your Allens in your district. And we should cherish them, because this morning he came to testify and he died before he had that opportunity. And I think it's a reminder to all of us that we should cherish every day, every hour, every minute, and remember how we leave people so that they remember we always had a smile on our face. And the last word we said wasn't harsh. The last thing we did wasn't argue, but we left feeling good about who we interacted with, whether it was our family when we said goodbye, or whether a friend, or whether someone who we see as an opponent. So Alan Vera was the best of all of those, Senator, and we are so sorry for his loss. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'd like to move that we put all the senators' names, signatures on the resolution.
Any objection? Hearing none. Members, please rise to honor this resolution for Alan Vera. Thank you, Senator. The resolution is adopted. Thank you. Members, the President's desk is clear. Senator Birdwell, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the 24-hour posting rule in accordance with Senate Rules 11.10 and 11.18 and all necessary rules so that the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Economic Development can meet immediately upon adjournment today, May 4th, in the Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider one bill that is pending before the committee. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
It's on recess. Senator Birdwell, would you repeat that? It's on recess. It's on recess.
Oh, yes, sir. Upon recess, not upon adjournment today, May 4th, Senate Press Room 2E9 to consider our one pending bill. Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
1 second. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Now you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the posting rules to allow the Committee on State Affairs to meet upon recess in the Senate Press Room. We'll gather and we'll commence as soon as the Natural Resources Economic Development Committee is done. We'll meet there to consider pending business. So State Affairs upon recess, Senate Press Room today.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move that the Senate recess until 11 a.m. Friday, May 5th.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The Senate stands in recess until 11 a.m. Friday, May 5th. Thank you, members.